Welcome back. It's the Mad Otter here again. And today we're going to be working on the coal plant. I've started last night, as you can see in the little window there. And we will go straight in, dive in, and let's get going with this thing. So the main problem, for obvious reasons, is that the power's been getting a little bit out of kilt because of the smart plate factory, which obviously is just barely ticking over at the moment, but eventually will be all the machines will be in use, which means we need to get the power up from here to above that blue line. So that dark grey line needs to be above blue. We've got batteries as well, obviously back at the plant, which will those ones are temporary, and this setup's going to be more permanent. So at the moment I've got a pure node here of coal, which is what we're going to be using just for this plant. So ultimately the most we can get out of this is 1200 long term, but in the meantime we've only got about 3 still, so we are only looking at 270. And we've got that going in. I've created this tube thing made out of the fans, funny enough, just because I thought it looked a bit better, a bit more industrial. So we're just working on that at the moment. Done a water tower. Again, this will be simplified down once we get things unlocked. At the moment we're having to use 3 pumps to get it up to this height. Eventually we'll probably only need possibly 1, maybe 2 at the most, once we get the ungraded, so that will help in that respect. The pipe's going up there, there's a tank up there, and then basically it's just dropping back down free fall into these 2 pipes that run one either side, and they're going to be feeding the various coal power plant things, generators, that's the word. So the coal comes in here, and then we've made this configuration here just for the moment, which means I can split it off effectively to the different plants. And yeah, and we've got this running at the moment at full whack. We may tweak this depending on what we get, but at the moment we can work up to 270 coal. So we've got 37.5, so 270 divided by, was it 34.5? Or was it 37? I can't remember now. Such a 37.5 there. It was there in the back of my head somewhere. 37.5. 7.2. So basically, running it at this, we can run 7. I'm aiming to get 8 up, so we will need to knock it back just a fraction. And that's okay. So we actually need to run, if we do that, 33.75, which is what we need to then run this at, 33.75. Okay, so 3.75, we're going to bring this down gently. So around there, so let's do okay, let's try getting there slowly. That's pretty close. Put an 8 in there and see what happens. So, base of 5, so yeah, it's 7. Let's do 5, 5. Okay, so we need to be on the safe side just to make sure. 3.75, that looks like it's done it. So if I do that, it goes down. What does it do if I go there? 1, 2, 3. Ah, right, okay, so it's probably 7, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Right, we'll leave it as that. Bit weird figures here, but it doesn't matter. It all makes sense once we've got that. And then we've got the room to crank it up when we need to, basically. In the future, once we get the grade 4 belts, then we can upgrade everything, get more power, blah, 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 blah. So that's what we're doing. The other thing I had forgotten last time, there was one of these missing, I believe. Yes, up here. Just ran out of quartz, had to go and grab some. So we'll see what this looks like once I've done a few. I've tried to create under here this all this is going to be this darker stuff eventually. I've created this like glass hexagonal thing under here with this lighting in here, but at the moment it's not reflecting down enough for what I want. So, because when you look from a distance, what I really want is it's sort of almost like filtering down slightly. But we've managed to create this reasonably nice slight curve. It's a bit of a juddery curve, pixelated curve if you know what I mean, but it's quite nice as a base unit. And then we're going to have the units spread around in a circular fashion with 8 of them, basically giving us a supply. So that's the goal for today, to try and get as much of that done as I can. Aesthetics going upwards, I have no idea at this point. Literally no idea. So what we need to do is actually just set some platform up so I can work. Let's grab that. Interesting. We need one more possibly on here. Not sure, but I think we might bring that out actually, one more like this one so it's in line. Here we just do a little thing there. Don't know whether I can grab it from here, probably not. We've got to go around the corner. Like that. Just put that on there so it looks like it's all connected up and suspending, supporting the weight of this fella. Surface is too uneven. What a load of nonsense. I do not like the fact that I can't rotate stuff while it's in H mode anymore. Because I can't see basically the way this is actually going. And that's what I find frustrating. Try again. Yeah, that's not right. Okay. Let's do it from here. I can't see which way it's facing because... Ah, there we are. I think that's it because of this here on the outside. Just have to... Yep, that's the correct way for what I want. That goes to there, then that we're going to bring down to a power unit, which I believe I stuck in here. Like that. Eventually most of this cabling particularly the cabling that's all along here you won't see. This will all be gone, and we will travel it more discreetly basically in that's the way it will go, all being well. Okay. This was my little walkway just to get on initially. If you're wondering how, if you're new to Satisfactory, how to get these to lie flat on the foundations like I am, because they naturally want to sit like that, you just press the control key, left control, does the trick basically. So I haven't quite worked all this out yet with the piping and how it's all going to work. That is something I've got to try and get my head round. But one thing at a time, eh? One thing at a time. Now there is two ways I can go around this, and I had thought about, because I wondered whether this was just too straight almost, if you know what I mean, and whether I should have curved it or even gone as far as curving it out of a one on the side and then moving it around like a design like that. But sort of in the end, I don't know, I just went for the sort of obvious bend, really. But that works okay at the moment. Water coming off here, we're going to need, obviously each pipe carries 300 at this stage, water maximum. We haven't necessarily got that pumping through at the moment because I've got them clocked down. But how much water is this now consuming? 101. I might knock that back actually, so that's down to 100. Let's just take that out. Oh, don't want to do the divide. Let's come down to 165. Right, 166. There. And that's 100. We're going to have to work this out a little bit and work out which one we want to underclock or overclock, because the coal is obviously going to be coming in at 33.75 if we use the coal to its limit in terms of the belt at this stage. Water is 100. But if we crank that up, then this goes up over, as we saw, just over the amount that the pipe can carry in terms of splitting it equally between three. So that's something I'm going to have to work out what I want to do there. Do like these new T-junctions, by the way, they are awesome. So if I put that one there, that gives me enough room to put another one in if we need to, and the junction on the end, and that gives us the 3 off the one pipe. That does look alright. Chrome we want to go for, don't we, on the pipe, sorry. Yeah. That's alright. That's good. So that's another one being fed. That means we should be able to connect this to the power 2, which is good. battery's being charged at the moment, which is awesome. So again, temporary fix here just to get it onto the power network. But eventually I'll be running the cables underneath all the way back, central point. And then I'm thinking in the middle here above, once I've got all the configurations done for the 8 plants, I'm wondering whether I can work out a design for putting in a power pole of sorts to get the power out, basically. So that's sort of where my brain's going at this stage, but I'll have to wait and see, you know. It's very much feel my way with it and see where we end up. Even with this design here, I mean, this may get tweaked yet, and there may be other things added or taken away. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to just, yeah. As I say, I want to get a few of them down, have a look at what it's, or try and get all 8 down if I can. Let's see what it's looking like. 1, 2, past the thing here. I think I'm going to bring out. I'm going to need to do this on let's get rid of that one. Right. Yep. Come out here. Just got to build these platforms at the moment just so we can get around, and then they'll all be taken out once we get going. What was I thinking when I did that one? I have no idea. I sort of knew as I placed it that I'd done it completely in the wrong place, and brain didn't connect too early in the morning. I ended up getting on earlier today because wife went into work early, so. And I'm back at the studio tomorrow, Friday. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. It'll likely be either Monday or Tuesday next week. Great thing with the lighting is you can make it whatever colour you like. I mean, the last time I did Cold Plant, which was where I had it was over in that valley between the Rocky Desert and or the estuary, should I say, between the Rocky Desert and the Northern Forest, in this area here, and I did a huge big curved cold plant with 82 cold plants in it. The pivot point for the curve was 50 meters under this water. Absolute nightmare trying to achieve that. And it took 500 hours. So I don't want to do that. But the colour I had that cold plant done with, well, I mean, up in the glowy curve bits and all the twinkly lights and stuff I did have the pinks, but underneath all the burners I had an orange, like a real burnty, almost orange colour, and it was a gorgeous colour actually. It looked like the whole machines were on sort of fire, as it were, sort of while they were working. It was pretty cool. I actually had people asking me for the colour code on that one. Which was good fun to do. Right, okay. Just this side now to do the colouring. One too many, one too many. Yeah. Guess what? Run out of quartz again. I'm seriously going to need to go and collect some more quartz. Okay. Let's go do that then. So to get back to and fro at the moment, again, this is very temporary. It's like just a quick fix for me to travel quick. There's the old hypertube. I have to say they've sorted it way better with the blade now running blades. They're not sticking out at funny angles all out the tube, which is great. And the general operation is a lot smoother than it used to be. So, but I won't be keeping this at all. It's a very slapped down, quick, ugly solution, like a lot of what's been happening at this stage of the game. Right, let's smart plating. I will check up on this in a little bit actually, and just see how many smart plates have been made so far. Because obviously they're not automatically feeding at the moment into the Starship Enterprise, you know what I mean? Space elevator. Thank you. Brain finally caught up. There we go. What I might do actually, why not? Let's put a little workbench up, up, and let's convert it here, maximize space while we wait. Who would have thought that we would have got 10 episodes of streaming to get just to this point, getting a few coal plants up. We have done quite a bit though, I have to say. I mean, there's been in relative terms, for me, as a slow builder. So I'm going to try and get these 8 platforms, as I say, done today. That's the goal of today's stream, is to try and get those done and get this power plant injecting into the power system so that I don't have to worry about it just for a little bit. We'll probably set up another coal plant. I've just got to check out some of the other areas of the map at some point. because I need to make sure that we've got enough for steel production, basically. Um, and obviously, once you start oil production and oil power, that's when coal becomes neither here nor there. But I do need it initially to get these phases done, which basically means three factories. So I've got to have enough power to get the three factories done for the smart plating, the versatile framework, and the automated wiring. As you can see at the top right there of the screen, those three lots, the 50,000, 50,000 and 5,000. So those little factories are basically what I'm trying to get powered at the moment, enough of power so that I can produce those. Once that's unlocked, the next phase I think that we unlock, I'm sure phase 3 unlocks oil. So, and at that point then we will have to really seriously think, because the way the map is, we may do something a little bit different from what we've normally done, because normally we'll just have like a huge big oil plant, usually at the Golden Coast area sort of thing out this way, because this used to have 4 oil nodes. Now it's got 2 coal. Okay. That could be another good little power plant spot for coal. Whereas now the oil's just dotted around, I mean, we've got one somewhere where we are. Well, there's oil there, start. I think there's one over here somewhere, which I didn't mark. Ah, it's down here. Oil. 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 And this one's got coal as well. 3 lots of coal there. And if these are pure, it may be worthwhile that I use these, focus on these for the steel. But what I'm thinking with the oil is we may have to set up like little mini oil plants dotted around the map instead of doing one big one. That could be quite interesting, and I think it's going to be fascinating because the way I'm sort of going with this map, because of it being the random node system, I'm really looking at it and thinking, actually, because it is so random, I'm actually wondering whether we just build power plants to basically almost operate each factory, or just a couple of factories or something. Do you know what I mean? Depending on the amount of power required. I think that's going to be enough, actually. I think we can. How much have we got here? Let's sort. Got 300. Let's run with it. We can always come back. We can always come back. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. Is like the coal plant that I'm working on now. Maybe it can produce enough power for this factory. The coal that's here already, that coal plant there, that's going to be gone, but I really want to use that node still, and I don't know whether I'll be able to. That's again one of those things. Maybe it was just bad planning on my part, I don't know, or whether it's just, it is what it is and just got to work around. If I built myself in, I have. Don't you love it? Thank you. Yeah, because that coal node, maybe I can still build a thing on there, because with coal it's not been converted to anything. It doesn't need a huge big high-rise one. It could just be a singular one, a unit that I can make specific for that sort of mine that isn't being converted to ingots or anything. So we might be able to do a similar design to this, just like almost like this one sort of thing, or just, yeah, with a bit of a slope or something on it anyway, and that could sit in there quite easily, and then maybe have a truck station and it can just literally be taken elsewhere, and that may be the solution. Or it can feed into a railway line and that can be the solution, depending on, yeah, which way we go, whether we go trucks from this, or whether we go, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Have to wait and see. But that is, at the moment, the plan of thinking, is to do mini sort of like power plants rather than huge big ones. That could work, you know. Once we end up, because I can't unlock the large. I was going to say, when we got the large blueprint thing, we could possibly make a little unit within it, but we can't because that gets unlocked too late in the game. So I'm still beset by this problem of unlocking. Never mind, one step at a time, one step at a time. Right. Hello, Mac. How are you, mate? Good morning to you, or whatever your time zone is. So we're just starting to work on the old coal plant today. Last night got the water tower up and running. I've been putting in this sort of like slightly, wouldn't call it a curve, but it's kind of a pixelated curve into the base of the unit, and we're just slowly building up. We've got one now powered up, two powered up, so I'm just working my way around, and then all of this of course will come out. This is just me having a platform to work off to run around. But yeah, we're getting there slowly. The goal is today to get 8, because we can run, I believe. Yeah, maybe we're not going to be able to. I might have to. The only problem I've got at the moment is I'm going to have to likely run 2 water towers. Because of the way I've set them up, basically. My sort of like fault, but it is just part of the design. Because what I've done is set it at the edge here with just 2 water pipes coming in. Mainly because we've got 2 pipes coming in and they can run it at the moment at maximum 300, which is what these can do. So I thought that was nice and simple. So it goes up, goes into a little buffer at the top, comes down, and I've got the coal belt. I don't know whether you picked up on that, but the coal belt is running through here, through these pipes and coming in. So that's where the coal comes in. They look pretty good, those fans all put together, I have to say. They do look pretty smart. I've used them so many times in different scenarios. As you can see, I've used them up here as well as a bit of just a feature, really. Just I love designing water towers. There was a very early designer did map in the early days of playing Satisfactory, and I made a very industrial, dystopian-looking sort of water tower, and it had power cables running off all it, sort of like stringy angles and stuff as well, and it just it looked pretty cool. It was good fun to build. But I had more than one buffer. I had built up like water tower, like buffers all the way up. I'd done all sorts of crazy stuff. It was, yeah, a bit of a nutty design, but good fun, good fun. Right, let's bring this fella across. Just got to get this in the right position again. I can never work out. I think it's there. That line looks like it appears to be sort of in line with that part of the texture there, but that's too far over, so I think it's there. And if it isn't, I'll just have to change it again. So, work out which pipe, probably this pipe here. Do like these T-junctions. They're good. Very nice. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yes. We try. We try. Very trying. I think that's clipping this belt, so I've got to work. Yes, it is right in the middle of it. Okay, let's try a slightly different angle. Oh, wrong piece, come on. Let's try going that way. Is that going to clip as well? It's clipping through there, isn't it? Oh, you piggy wiggy. That's where I want it. It's like that, basically. But I think that's not going to work because of this. Unless I take that one out, which will mean that one comes out. It's still looking weird. I've got to try and make that work better. Wonder if what if I control it a little bit more. So that can go to there. Maybe we do try that back here again. And into there. Well, it's a good thing that's not real life because I can't swim in real life, so into the drink. Dear. Okay. It's a little bit higgledy-piggledy. Let me see if there's a better, maybe like a curve might work better. Maybe this needs to go across one more. Let's just try and see if we can iron out some kinks here on it so it just looks a little bit nicer. Horizontal to the vertical. Okay, let's get up on there where I can see it a little bit better. Come on. Thank you. That doesn't look so bad. That's a bit better than it was. Okay. She'll be right. And that should be producing water into there now. Just need to get the coal from over here somewhere. So I think that's going to end up going to there. I have no idea what that looks like. Again, I should just put a little ladder up. It'd be way easier. That's okay. I don't mind that actually. As I was saying earlier, I wondered whether I should have curved these two as well. Maybe should. Let's just try it. Make it slightly more organic. Yeah, let's do it more organic. If everything is sort of like symmetrical, it's fine to do it all straight because then it sort of looks like everything is methodically the same. Like I'm doing with the sort of basic setup along here, along here, along here, and then for consistency is important. When you've got stuff like this where it's all going off a little bit different, sometimes using a more organic system of a curve can actually make it look okay, because it's basically not okay because it's a bit of a jungle trying to get everything in and out properly. But it sort of just adds to it almost like it makes it feel more organic. When I get to do my big floral piece, my floral factory, making not flowers, and I'm thinking my big floral factory may be my nuclear plant. That's the way I'm sort of thinking at the moment. But when I get to doing that, everything will be fairly organic on that. It'll be a very different sort of setup. See what happens. See what happens. We come out two more. I think it's beyond. Yep, two beyond the slope. That's correct. Just going to make that work up here now, which is a pain. There we go. And then we just need to connect that one up. Oh, I need to put a battery on the end, don't I? Up. I think it goes there. Did I get that correct? Yes. Sweet as. Power. Labels up the right way. Yes, good. Oops. Ah, no, I didn't get it around the right way. I got it completely around the wrong way. And I cannot see. Have a look at this a second. That's the one I want there. That looks like I might have done it that time. Please? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so that goes there, that comes down to there. Right, we just need to get that connected as well to the line, power line. Again, as I say, this is temporary setup. We will be hiding all these power cables basically underneath, linking them all together into the center, and then we're going to build up some sort of system in the center to then have the cables coming out to go back to the factory properly. But I just haven't yet worked out how that's going to work or look. So power just crept up another capacity there. I just need to check. We haven't got any overclocking here, which we need. So let me just go. Ooh, nearly went down the drink again. Ooh, yep. Right. Let me take that setting. So you can copy settings here, by the way, if you're new to Satisfactory and watching this at a later date or currently lurking in the background. Copy settings, you can copy it there, or you can just literally make sure you've got the unit highlighted, and you can do that by the way you see the white line appear around the edge. You'll notice it there coming in, and then just press Control C on your keyboard. It does the same thing. That's the one beautiful thing about Satisfactory, is they've made it so user-friendly on different levels. And then you Control V back over the next unit, again make sure it's highlighted with that white line around it, and then just Control V. There's lots and lots of little tricks of the trade in this game. Even when you're doing mathematics, you can actually do them within here. So as an example, say I want my target megawatts to be half this amount, and I don't know what half of 166 is. I can literally just go divide by 2 and it does it. Or I can do times by 2 and it takes it back. So there's lots of little things like that that are very, very cool within Satisfactory, worth knowing, and particularly when you're building your factories up and you're doing all your outlines and getting things figures, you can do your maths all within some of this to get your amounts correct, which is, it's great. So bear that in mind. Another little useful thing about Satisfactory, basically. It's very user friendly. Very user friendly. So where are we? I didn't check, but our power now. So we've crept up about halfway. which is good because the line was just literally on the tips of these orange lines, peaks. So we've now boosted up about halfway roughly with 3 coal plants. So all being well, if we get the 8 going around, we'll have enough power to cover ourselves completely for that factory, which will be super cool. The only thing we'll have to watch is when the 3 come off at the other end. Whether that then dips it back down, but we'll have to just play it by ear, basically. Valid belt shape. Okay, let's have a little look at this from another angle. Can we do it that way? We can do it that way, but then that's going to interfere with the pipe. I wonder why it's invalid. Is it too steep? Default? Default works, okay. And it's still reasonably curved, not as smoothly, but it is there. The other way we possibly could have got around that was putting a lift going down a notch, but I don't really want to have a lift on this part here when it isn't on any of these, if I can help it. But anyway, we'll see how we go. Alright, the next problem, pipe. What I do need to make sure is we've got enough water being pumped out of this here. Make sure I've got this overclocked to the 300. No, I haven't. Very good. Wait, wrong way again. Nudge my way around. We need one of those. And again, I think we're going to do this horizontal to vertical. Let's do sort of like, maybe like that. And then curve that one around to there. And I think that might work. That looks a little bit awkward, that one. Let's try it there. See if that improves. Invalid pipe shape. It is weird how it does that. From one end it will say invalid and then it does it from the other end okay. Still like slightly kinked out, which I'm not so happy about on this. Maybe I need to push it back a bit. Maybe that's the issue. I mean, there is going to be a kink in it, obviously. Well, unless I can do it that way. Maybe that's the way. Maybe because it's twisting to the... And then here we do the curve from there to there. As long as it doesn't clash. Looks like it might have missed. Just. Absolutely just. Okay. And now we're getting water in here. So we can have power out. That's soon enough. Which is good. We're getting there, we're getting there. You have pulled off using Chrome beautifully. Thank you. I have a rather strange question when convenient. Yeah, no, go for it, mate. Just drop it in. There is a slight delay on the, I believe, on the stream, so if I do take a little bit to get to your questions and stuff and see your chat, don't panic. I am not ignoring you. It's just there is slight delays in the whole process, apparently. Plus, as well, I'm on one screen, so I am tabbing in and out between little jobs to check. Yeah, the Chrome is an interesting one for me in this game because sometimes I don't like it and other times it works really well. I have to say I tend to use unpainted a lot more, and you'll notice that all my buildings are in unpainted, the factories, just because it gives a slightly duller finish but allows some chromy bits still to shine through the way they've done the skins. So I actually prefer unpainted for those. The pipes have turned to chrome because they tend to appear when I go into this industrial mode a little bit blacker, and they reflect the lighting a little bit more, which is just, yeah, just adds to the coolness in my opinion. Right, so let me just plonk another platform here so I can get in. So here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. That can come back out. Back's open there. Let's open that. Just got to get a battery set up now. And that set up on here. We need to go to industrial, get a little pipey thingy. Not a pipe, you know what I mean. A beam. Just stick those like that. Lovely jubbly. Power. Across half. do not know which way these are facing. Correct. Yeah, it does reach. Look at that. Bang. Right, as I say, all this wiring will be gone. Trust me. I do not like seeing cables like this. Irritates me. I don't mind them where it's showing when they're making a very specific look. Like I said on the water tower where I had them coming down and they look like almost like tension cables and stuff. And actually, I might still do some of those actually on that. It might look quite cool. See how we go. See how we run. Is a spiral staircase effect possible using belts with all the splitters in the middle? Is a spiral staircase effect possible using belts with all the splitters in the middle? Yes, probably would be. Yeah. Yeah, we could probably have done a spiral. Um, it'd have to be. You'd probably have to have a bit more room. Um, uh, yeah, you'd probably have to have a little bit more room. Um, because of the curve it would require on each level to go up to the next level. So you'd probably need almost to come out to this point here and take up all of that space effectively rather than just the little middle piece. But it certainly could be done. Um, got a friend asking me if I'm going. He's a headmaster basically of a school, and he's off on holidays at the moment, trying to get me to play Fortnite, which we do quite regularly. Um, I'm like, no, I can't at the moment. I'm streaming. He's giving me a thumbs up. So yeah, no, it could be done, but you would need a bit more space. I think to make it work properly. Let's see if we can stop that flickering, shall we? Let's go to materials, go to that, change it back, and then paint it. That stopped it flickering, good. That trick works sometimes it doesn't. Oh no, it's still carrying on, so we could try this one as well. So let's just do both of these here and then change it back again and then paint them again. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. No, it's not. It's creating problems for it on the Z. This is where Infinite Nudge was a great little great mod. because you could just tweak it fractionally and it would stop all that. Anyway, we're getting there. We're getting there. So, well, that's good. We now have 4 working. We have now 4 operational, which is technically half the power that we're going to be able to get from it. Which means we will be above that blue line, which means we'll be in the clear then, which is good. The only downside we've got at the moment is we've got 4 going using 100 water, which means we are going to be short of water, which means we're going to start getting power fluctuations. So what that means is we've got, no, at the moment we've got 600, sorry, being produced. Sorry, water. It's not just 300, it's 600. But yeah, that one's coming off that pipe, so we've got 1, 2, 3. In fact, that's going to be a problem because we are going to need interesting. We are gonna need. Okay, my brain's just flipping out on that a little bit because it means we either need another one of these, which we can't fit underneath, or it means we need to build another water tower on the opposing side. That in itself isn't a bad thing. I'll tell you why, because on this second part of the lake, one, there's a limestone there, so we've got 2 options. We can either make wet concrete here, or we could have a water factory eventually once we unlock that for doing packaged water. So that is an option, and then the water tower will serve effectively 2 purposes. I am thinking about your spiral thingy here. It could work, and it could be a very organic thing in the middle. And there's 2 ways of doing that. You can either bring the belt in and take the belt around in a spiral with these set off basically in each position. So like you'd have one here. Let's just you'd then have the next one on this arm. But I don't know whether that would be too tight. That wouldn't probably work. Let's just try this. Default, no. Straight, no. Curve, no. Yeah, it's going to be too tight. That's why I thought you're going to have to come out further. That's doing it this way, of course. I mean, there are a number of ways it could be done. If you did it like this far out, we would have to change that and stick in a half foundation there. Please go where I want you to. There. Thank you, sir. And that's not a problem in itself. that's just, I'll put that in the wrong place, but never mind. So if that came to there, the next one, which is that one, would have to, no, I've still done that wrong. Where did you be? There. Up. One. And then this one here would have to go 2. Three. You could to go around like that. That's one way of doing it. And then I may try to mess with it. Thank you. It was just one of those flashes and popped to mind. Thank you. I didn't mean to distract you. No, you haven't distracted me, mate. It's fine. I love brainstorming. I used to, in fact, we used to with a few of the guys that I used to play Satisfactory with in the past. We would spend hours playing around and tossing ideas around, and they'd often join me on the map as well, and would basically be sitting there, basically fiddling around with stuff, and then say, "What about this? What about that?" We'd often do that. It's in my mind, that's how some of the best builds come out. Actually, is when you brainstorm and play with ideas, and sometimes they don't work, and it is a waste of time, but it's not. You know, it's part of the process. It does not bother me. So you could do that if that's sort of one way it could be done organically around. And then you'd have well, there's 2 ways you could do it from here basically then, because you could this could actually work out quite fun in a different sort of way. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Excusez-moi. So the way this could, yeah, well, that's one way of doing it. I don't think we can get it much tighter. We possibly could bring it in to there, but I just don't know whether that would. Oh, 1. Yes, I am going to try it. Oh, it does. Okay, okay, okay. We might need to do some reworking on piping. That's okay, we can sort this stuff out, because yeah. Okay, let's try just yep, it's working. We can do that. So that's, I think that's the minimum we can have in terms of space on that part of it, but we then have a couple of things to work out, which would be Why? Okay. Very strange. Being silly there, but never mind. Yeah. So that could work. We could bring it in around all of this spiral. Would make a more organic system. We would not need these on here. This could then just bend around. The only problem we've got is working out whether that's going to curve appropriately into the coal plants itself. And there is only one way to find out. But, and this is the other little issue we have here, is the piping. So what we would need to do at this stage is change the system on the piping so that we would need to bring that to there more, and that needs to be effectively in line with it, like that. And whether that would go up to that. In a fashion that looks okay. It doesn't look too bad actually. I've seen pipes like that in real life. So if that was the case, can that then curve? That's going to be too tight to curve into there. That's the other issue. So let's forget that one. And let's do something else here. Let's break this. We might get a bit of a... That works, I believe. Ooh. We'd have to work out the other pipes here, where they're going to go, but yeah. That couldn't go there. That means then that pipe there, or this belt, will need to come round. I'm going to have to chop that one out. And it'll have to come straight around into here. Give it a go, give it a go. I've cocked up because that needs to go to there, but we have no coal then coming in. Let's take that out for the moment. We're going to have to undo some of this to get to the other belt. There it is. Because I didn't bring it all the way through to there. We'll have to refinish that off later. That's gone around already. Walkie-doos. Oh. Where did we go around to? The other side. This one needs to come off. And we can do that too. Don't even need that. That to there. Curve. This could actually work better or some other things I had in mind actually for the centre. So daisy chain it like that. So you can either step it up like this each time, or we could in fact just leave it all on the flat and have lifts going up straight into them. I mean, there's ways of doing it, different ways of doing it. And it depends on what sort of system you want. If we had them all on a level, it would make it more logical in terms of the way it's distributing the stuff. Because the way it currently is kind of like it's stepping up and spiraling, but you're kind of like, well, why does it need to? There's actually no logical reason why it would need to at this point. Whereas if you had them all on that level, like that, then all you'd need is a lift to bring it up. And in fact, we could position these then dead correct to the actual things, I think. No, that's going to be too. Yeah, it's not going to. That wouldn't work. Unless we brought it to there. We had them to there. That would be wider. And then you'd have the lift on the inside like that. And the piping would have to be worked out separately. And that's another way of doing it. So I say there's a whole heap of different ways of doing it. It's just a matter of which one works the best or looks the best as well. This one at the moment, just going to try and get that in there for a second. Carry on feeding that. I should start smoking again soon. Yep. Yeah, so you can daisy chain it around like that. It solves some issues. The other way, it is a rabbit hole really of ideas, this, because the other way is that you bring that to there to come in, and then we go up. Oh, wrong key. And then just have one lift and then have the rest dispersed from there. which obviously would need to come up to the correct height like that. And that would be the other way, is have them all then dotted around at that height, being fed and then the curve coming in like that, and then the piping could come in underneath up the center and then back over the top to be distributed out, and that could work as well. That may be a better system for me, actually. Decisions, decisions, decisions. How are you doing this without a hover pack or flight mode? That boggles my mind. Yeah, trust me, it's a pain. It is a pain. I'm having to build all these platforms all the time and put ladders out and jump around and all this sort of nonsense and balance on the edge of things. I can't wait for hover pack. But yes, I think this system here is going to be my preferred, actually, just from the point of view of ease of water pipes after, because this is going to complicate the water pipes massively. So I think what we need to do is I need to go and just take these up like that and have this curving on these. And I think that's going to be a slightly better system for me. Because they're in the right place, they just need to go up a fraction. Is that right? Or have I messed up? I messed up. It should be the same level. Okay. Like that. Yes, yep, that is the same level. Okay. Then this one here will need to actually come down a level. Like that. Into there. This will make sense in a minute. I hope. Come on. Yep. Got there. And then this one here also needs to come down. So what we might do is go that way around. Did it go there actually? Oh, was it the same height? Or is that one correct? I think that one's correct, isn't it? Because that one's the one that's coming out. Then that one's actually going to come into there and feed that. Okay, let's do it. Let's try this as an option and see what happens. Experimenting is always good, in my view. There we go. Has that gone around yet? Alright, we need a little belt in there. Okay. I'm surprised that needed a belt actually. It's going dark. Right. So we ended up with not quite a, this one needs to come down, with not quite a spiral, but we've ended up with probably a better design for ease of things in some respects. It's given a bit more space, certainly in the centre. Just need one more in here for this one. Might feed that one that way actually. No reason why we can't. In fact, we could have turned that around, done half and half. It might be the way to go. So that we get a more even distribution. Okay. That one's smoking as well now. So if we did this round the other way, it'd be that way. So it's coming in here. So if we've got 8 of them, mind you, this is going to offset it slightly, but we could do 1, 2, 3 this way, and do then 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, that way, maybe. Or we could actually. I'll tell you how we can do this. Yes, of course. It's been a while. We do a merger there, and we feed it both from both sides, so it evens out. So you've got 3, 3, and then the 4th is effectively collected by both parties. And that's how we will do it. So let's take that one out, 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 drop it down. Drop it down there, take it out, take it out. So I do believe this would be a better system actually. So thank you for your suggestion there, Mac. Didn't quite work out spiral, but in terms of, I think, the most efficient design in the end will be possibly this one for what I want. But definitely try. But yes, you can spiral stuff. You can do all sorts of things really. I mean, as I've said with all this stuff, a lot of it is limits of imagination and just personal preferences. There's a lot of stuff you can do that's crazy, crazy fun. Maybe I'll back up to the 4 and nice straight lines, which is good. We just need to work out the piping system now, because what I'm thinking is, now that this is clear down the bottom, and this is one of the reasons why I was thinking this is actually quite a good idea to raise this up in a circular design like this, is basically because we can bring this pipe in and then the pipes can come into the middle possibly and go up and then distribute out. And that's where my brain's going at the moment. That's good. I did start this late on, I think it was Tuesday night. Oh, it might have been Wednesday actually in the daytime. I think it was Wednesday evening sort of thing, late afternoon or whatever it was. I can't remember now. So I sort of was rushing a bit and plonking stuff down just to try and get stuff going. But I actually think that's a slightly better design. It does open an endless rabbit hole of possibilities. Yes, it does. My mind is spinning. And with the chrome finish, it works. It won't stick out now. Yes, exactly, the merger. Mm. Yep, no, I agree. I agree, I agree. It's fine, and it merges. So it's being fed basically by both sides, and that means that's cool because it should even out the amount of distribution so it doesn't end up being too uneven. Okay, well, we're getting there. I will sort the piping out, I think, last once I've got all of the coal plants in. Um, Now I'll just concentrate on laying them out, and then we can go from there. But I think that'll be yeah, easiest way. Yep, looking good. Okay. Just going to build more of these horrible working platform areas at the moment, just so I can build. And that one needs to come out, I think. That needs to come out one more. And then we've got 2, 3, 4. 8 of those. Another one of those. We've got the same needs to go on there. And then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, bring that out. 8. There we go. Awesome. Right, let's do the next little bit, which is to take that around. Right, I'm just going to, yep, we can get up just. Hello, that's good enough. That's where we need the half, I think, actually. So pull that off. Or do we need the half anymore? I don't think we do, because we've shifted, haven't we? So we're actually all right. We can do the full one. Okay. That's handy. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. And then it's the architectural piece which is at the top, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So good. A little bit repetitive on this sort of job, but that often happens in Satisfactory while you're building the sort of brains part of the foundation part of the process. I don't think I can get up there. No, I'm going to need a little help from a friend. Come on, give me the ladder. Thank you. Now, positioning again. I think it's there. I'm not sure I left it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How many times do I fall off this stuff? As you were saying about Hoverpack, it's like, please. It's one, as I said the other day, it's the one gripe I have about all these games, is that they always unlock movement basically near the end of the game, and I'm like, no, I need it before. It's frustrating, very frustrating. I think this one's in the wrong position. I think it's meant to be one back. It's there. I'm just going to have to triple check that across from here, but because the front of this, if you look at it, is just by this hole. That's correct. That's correct, you see. So yeah, we're in the right. We did adjust it correctly. So that is in effect the 8 coal plants, and we should be able to now start distributing ores out nicely with curve mode. And that's going to look quite nice. All with a little curve. It'll take a little while to get the manifold fully loaded. That's okay. Let me just triple check that I've done this to the max. So we get the 270 out of it. No, we have not. It can only do 270 because of the belt, so even though the thing can go faster, so we'll just pull that back to there. And that should creep up to give us the correct, there we are, 270, so that's maxed. Okay, we need wire, so I need to go back and collect some goodies. So let's do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. We, excuse me, got a frog in my throat. I'm actually going to go up to 12, and the reason being is in the center here I also wanted to do some extra batteries. So once we've filled these batteries, the power will come back, the power line will come back, and then we'll fill up more batteries in the center, creating a bit of a feature in the center. And we will do it with the water pipes as well, get those sorted, and then we can get these 8 fully up and running. Let's go. As info, I'm deleting posts as they are answered, deemed irrelevant, or questions in an effort to reduce clutter. Thinking out loud is your job, as it is your channel. Yeah, you don't need to delete anything particularly. It only shows up at the moment on the live chat. It doesn't, I believe it doesn't show up on the once the stream is finished on the video that's saved into YouTube. I believe chat stays empty. I may be wrong, but I believe that is the case. I'm not worried about it anyway, mate. So, all right, wire and what's it around to the sheds. Let's have a little look, see what we got. Not in there. Not in there. Wire. Take some extra. Probably need it for. Oh, we got full. We're full. Okay, let me just empty some bits. Doopy 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 doo. Right, that coal I do not need. That can go. Should be enough. We can convert more flossy doodles, but crystals, but there we are. We have enough now. We have enough to do the batteries. Might have to do a couple of trips and leave some in a container or something if necessary, but see how we go. See how we go. Yep. Yeah, these hypertubes they've made so much smoother. This will not be staying there though. It's such an ugly eyesore and all this stuff. Uh, this will be gone. It is a temporary work situation. Ultimately, the best way to get power around, if you can, I mean, there's actual train stations. If you've got a good rail network, and this is the other thing, you see, we may be setting up initially some power lines across the map just to get power to different places, but eventually, once the railway network is fully up and running, we won't need it. You can actually take out the power lines because the railways carry the power. They've got the power. So okay, we'll drop down to 132, probably because we only have half of the actual thingamajiggy what's it's actually there. Rightio, we're back. Where was I? I can't remember. Far side doing something. Ah, batteries, that's right. Batteries. Right, where were we? Surface is too uneven. That is the correct way around by the look of it. Yep. Also, if you're new to Satisfactory, sometimes you'll notice that it's actually saying I can't place an item. It's showing up red. And then it goes blue. And the reason for that is if you are not, it doesn't always occur, but it depends on a number of factors. And but what can happen is I press the H key, which you should see by the keyboard commands on screen. And what that does is it overrides it basically and allows it to be placed. So bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. There are little things you can do on Satisfactory which all help. It's a very, very cool game. Is that the right way around? It looks like I've spun it correctly. The one thing that does do my head a little bit in Satisfactory, again, one of those other little niggles I have, but there aren't many because I love this game, I really do, and they've done so well with it, I have to say. I just absolutely adore this game in that respect. One of my niggles is where you go to place something and it says uneven surface, you cannot place it here. But the thing is, if you build a foundation and then delete the foundation, the thing will stay hovering in the air, and you're like, well, why wouldn't you place it in the first place? It just, that sort of thing sort of cracks me up slightly because it's like, well, hang on a bit. You said I couldn't place it here. It's like that there says I can't place it. But if I filled this out with foundations, and I could then place it and then basically take the foundations away and it would still be standing. You're like, she's a little bit dumb, sorry. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. It's heading in the right direction. We are nearly. There we go. So I believe that is the 8 coal plants in place. The only thing I've got to do now is the lighting, the floor lighting basically. But we can do that from the center, so I'm actually going to start deleting all this rubbish around the outside. And we should be able to then get a view of what's going on from a distance and generally see it. Whether we're liking it so far or not, whether I need to do other designs on it yet. I don't want this coal plant to be as complex in some respects as my last one, or as intense in its build. But I still want it to look, you know, reasonably cool when it's finished. So it's got a way to go yet, but like with anything in Satisfactory, it just takes a bit of patience and time. Along with a vision of what you want done. As I say, we'll route all these cables underneath eventually. They will not be where they are. They will not be like this. Okay, it's heading in the right direction. It's heading in the right direction, slowly, slowly. Sort of like a bit like a rig, you know, that sort of thing. Oil rig sort of type scenario. I am going to be back in 30 seconds. Just going to grab something to nibble. I'm back. There may be a stray foundation below water level. Yeah, quite likely. I will check. I mean, all this eventually will be gone. It's just literally all temporary. That's just light effect. Light effect. Might just be the light effects actually, mate. Or reflection, because that's a reflection there. I'll keep an eye out in case. No, it's all right. I often do. I end up with sometimes I remember on one of the maps I was doing, I was building away, and then there's literally in the distance was this foundation sticking out of a mountain, and I was like, how the hell did that get up there? And I still have no idea. And I had to get a ladder and climb up and delete this one bit of foundation sticking out. And it must have been I was just zapping around real quick doing something, and it just literally clung onto a cliff. So I would not be surprised. Trust me. Right. Okay, let's have a look at this water system. Let's see what we can do with that. If I can get myself into a reasonable position without falling down the hole in the middle. Right, there we go. We're up. I do not like this flickering. It really does irritate me. What I might just try is that one. Change it back. Color. Yay! Sort of solved for the moment. Rightio. That trick doesn't always work. Changing materials, it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't. It's very picky. Anyway. Okay, so what we want to do in the middle is I want to bring the pipes in. So they are coming in here and here on both sides. And I think we can try and take them up. We did say we're going to need another water tower, didn't we, over here? So that I don't want to do today particularly. I'll leave that for another day. I might even do that at some point tomorrow evening or something on my own. And create another one of those. Because there'll be just a lot of back and forth, making it identical. What I want to do though here is work out what I'm going to do in terms of the center, and I am just literally temporarily going to stick that there. One, so I don't fall down the hole, but also because I need to work out whether I can stack these or whether we make a cluster. And it might be a little bit of a different sort of cluster. So what I mean by that, we come up like that, and then let's just do foundation there for the minute, foundation there, take these back out. Take that back out. We could actually put in here a glass foundation. That would work. And then visually you're still um, seeing through with the lights, but you've actually got something for the battery to sit on. So that could work. Yeah, no, you just keep blurting, mate. You can blurt all you like, mate. Blurting is good. And yeah, no, I have no problem with that sort of stuff because I love brainstorming ideas and all sorts of stuff. And but don't be offended if I don't always take them on board. Because sometimes I've got a sort of an image or an idea in mind of what I want to do, and I sort of want it to happen. But yeah, so don't be offended if I don't always use stuff. But by all means, always blurt. Actually, let's really encroaching another's. I mean, I can put a ladder here, here, but not there. This is the sort of thing that pickles my brain sometimes in Satisfactory. You're like, really? You want to do that? Really? Okay, we're going to need to build a little thingy out so I can see where I'm going once again. What I'm thinking here is to do one. So you're going to let me put it down. It is. So I'm wondering whether I can do a cluster up here. Which will look quite cool, and then have the pipes still coming in and working their way up, which could work out right. It'll take a little bit of jiggling, a little bit of playing, but I'm sure we can do it. Let's just make our life a little bit simpler for the moment. Oh, really? Non-creative mode. There's my head in sometimes. Because what I'm going to do here is I'm not going to have that. I am going to use these. Missing steel beams. I'm missing materials. I am indeed. Okay. Back we go. And then I'll have a look at your next message that you've blurted. While I'm in the hypertube. Right. I don't know if it will fit. Battery center 8 pipes come up on the outside of the battery, go to each other in a spoke-like fashion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly sort of the route I'm going. But I want to make a cluster of them, of the batteries, and then have the pipes coming up in a sort of like, how can I explain it? Almost like a cage, if you know what I mean, around the outside of them. But you'll see what I mean in a few moments, when the normal program will be resumed. Now, what was I short on? Beams, wasn't it? Steel, 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 steel. And I think I've been slowly producing those. Yes, look at that. Loads of them. Take all. Greedy, greedy, greedy. Right, what I will do is drop off. I know I'm going to need them, but I am going to, not there. I am going to drop off some of these. And the other thing I want to do while I was here, which I forgot to do earlier, was just check how many smart platings have actually been made. Because at the moment they're all going into a temporary container. I've got a temporary setup here. Ooh, look at all that. Ooh. 100, 200, 300, 400 per line. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 2,000. Awesome. But that's very good news, isn't it? That's amazing. Right, okay, in that case, can I do something really ridiculous here just for a temporary solution? Ridiculousness is always super exciting. Let's do that. About there. Oh, truly awful, but hey, I think it's going to work. Just it's a very temporary solution to start feeding these. Hello? It's too steep, now you tell me. You were blue. Blue, blue, electric blue. Mr. Bowie. Right. There we go. That's going to feed this 2,000 and the rest of them that get made as they go now. That saves me coming back and worrying about it. I can just see the thing and it looks horrendous, I know, but I'm not worried about it at the moment. I've got other things on my mind. So once we get the power, I will then come back. Once the power is sorted for this factory, then we will come back and carry on finishing off that factory properly and sorting it. And all this in-between muck here can be got rid of as well. I think it will be probably, my guess is what's today? Today's Thursday, isn't it, here in New Zealand at the moment? So my guess is that this little power plant is going to be finished probably by the sometime next week, at a guess. One, because it's small, and secondly, it's kind of, yeah, it's a fairly straightforward, simple build. It's not too crazy. But you can see, even with the little bit I've done there with the battery already, it's going to make a difference having something in the center there to come up with the height of the stacks on the coal plants. So it is going to make a difference. Oh, you've got to adjust. Whew. Right, where we need to get back up there, don't we? Don't think I can do that from here. No, I'm going to need a little ladder friend again. Here we go. There we go. Nice and simple. And we'll need another one out the other side. I don't know if that is correct in its positioning, but Yes, it is. Got the little gap between just, and it's not clashing, so it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. What we do have to work out, and this is something that will occur, is we need to just finish putting that. Oh my word, okay. Let's just plonk that there, and we will do the same sort of thing. We'll do a little ladder friend there and see if we can jump onto it without falling into the water. Nearly. Not quite. There we go. I like to live dangerously, as you can see. Right. So that's given us a cluster so far, and I say so far, of 6. Plus, so these store, I believe 100, yeah, store charge 100 megawatts. We've got 8 altogether going around, so that's 800, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1400 at the moment of stored power that we will have. And I think the 1400 is going to be enough. It may not be actually, because depending on what we do here. Yeah, because if we're going to increase this up, our maximum connections 1393, 1400. Yeah, okay. I'll have to wait and see once we've got everything connected at the other factory. Once it's all up and running and properly fully running, I don't think we're going to have enough power on its own. We will need to charge everything up to its max. But it gives us something to work with in the meantime. We'll have to work it out nearer the time, I think, play by ear. But what I'm aiming for is roughly somewhere between 1400 and 2000 charge. And that means if the power goes off for any reason, the batteries can keep maintaining it for a little bit. And gives me time to get back and try and sort out whatever problem exists. So, right. How is my brain thinking with this? I'm just again doing temporary platforms so I can move around as I need to. What I've got to work now is where the pipes are going to come and how they're going to operate. So if the pipes come in a straight line out, they could come through to this point, basically that gap there. We could if there isn't enough space, we can take this one out, doesn't matter, because we can keep the cluster going up. It doesn't have to be down here necessarily if the pipes are needing the room. But what I'm thinking at the moment it's not very light under here, is it? I wonder if I can get a temporary situation that might turn permanent. If we get some colour into it, might look all right actually. Anyway, it's giving us light, which is what I was wanting. Light. So what I'm thinking here is there is an option of bringing this around in a loop down the bottom. I'm just trying to talk out loud here, and it probably will epically fail what I'm actually trying to achieve, but that's okay. It's part of the grizzly process. Valid shape. Auto. Curl. Noodle. Who doesn't love a noodle? Well, that solves one problem and creates another. But actually that could prove interesting. So what we could do here is we could put a T-junction in on this point. And what I'm thinking is we can do that on all of these points, because if that goes there, we can have another one there. This might end up looking nuts, but that was the wrong one. It was chrome I meant to be doing. And in which case then we'll just have to delete it all, but meantime, it's worth a shot. Noodle friend. Okay, let's just roll with it for the moment and see. Don't overthink it. Just run with it. Oh, can you believe I run out of iron plates now as well? I've been flipping non-creative mode. Yeah. Right. The normal program will be resumed shortly. Do you mean like a vertical spiral? Well, I am going to do pipe vertical spirals when I get to doing my organic flour factory. That's definitely going to happen. On this one, it's more, I think, going to be a slightly more sort of less organic version. But yeah, we'll just have to give it a whirl and see at the moment what's going to happen there. What else am I getting short? What else on concrete? So let me take some concrete while I'm here, just in case. Right. You'll see shortly anyway what I'm hoping to do, but it's I've got this sort of idea of the batteries being in the middle, and like all sensible people, you put batteries and water together. Uh, if any kids are ever listening to this, do not take that seriously. Do not take that seriously. You'll electrocute yourselves. But it's just sort of, I love irony. But what I want to do is put the water pipes basically coming up like a cage, almost as if it's holding almost holding the batteries, basically. I know nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I know nothing. I always think of Manuel from Faulty Towers. I know nothing. Right. Then you got one in here. This is going to be quirky. So it's a matter of whether it looks okay when it's done. And that's what we're just going to have to play by ear and see. Um, so, first stage, stage one. We are going to need a secondary system here to, oh, no, yep, get on there, thank you. We are going to need foundation. Let's just come up a second. So, okay, so we need to go off. Hopefully this will make sense in a minute. Actually, I could have just done it there, couldn't I? Would have made much more sense like that, and probably more accurate. It is in the center. So, I don't. Not quite enough. So let me think about how that's the other way of doing that is we come out to there. Because I've just got to think about the positions of these and how far I need to come out to get it to go where I want. So the other one is, we can try this. Then I believe you can delete them afterwards. I think that's going to clip. Yep, okay. Don't you love it? Let's go to there. Delete that. Come back, try again. Okay, we need to go back. Oh, that didn't work. Good grief. Good griefus grandus. Where's my friendly ladder gone? So we need to go back a little bit more yet. Is it going to be that one or that one? Let's try there. And if that doesn't work, we know it's the next one in. It's the next one in. Oh, come on, let me up. Thank you. Hopefully this is the right one. Yay! Finally, man, that was hard work. Now, this is now going to be the one of the keys to it. So we'll have a cluster of pipes then coming up in the center, coming out, and then the idea is that they're going to go wrap themselves up. But do they need to? Maybe they could just be sensible and come down then into each spot, basically. But are they going to look cooler if they do something stupid? That's the question. Because it's not just about function, it's also about cool factor. And then that should be able to be deleted. Yes. It's one of the beauties of the new piping systems, I believe. Yep, it's filling up nicely. And then that means that can come out. We got it right. We get it right because we thrice it, is my motto here. Yep. Drill the hole 3 times, no. I guess the way we could have supported that if we wanted to, possibly with the ceiling one. Where would that go? That ceiling one there could have gone probably in the center there, like that. That could possibly work. Except it's too far back, so because it caused the same problem we had before. So let's give it a little bit of. That's the correct position. So we could do that. And that would actually look like this pipe is actually being supported properly rather than just... Alright, I'll do it. That looks a bit better. It looks a bit more sort of like it's actually held in space and time and not just floating. So that's sort of what I was thinking. Originally I was thinking I might take the pipes up all the way. But then there isn't much need. I don't need pumps, of course, at this point, because as long as I've got the water tower and the water tower is taller, which it is, we don't need any pumps for this. It will automatically feed, which is the great thing about having a water tower. Yeah. Okay, well let's stick a few of these in, see what it looks like going around, whether we can get them around, because this one's going to be a bit more tricky because it's on the diagonal. So we might not be able to quite so easily get to where we want to go. That's the aim point, that's where we're trying to get to. Oh no. Oh, such an old man. It's a good thing that Oshia's in there, isn't it? Health and safety out the window. No guardrails. Falling down constantly. Right. So that's there. We now need to work out where this pipe is going to go to catch onto to make it right. What's the betting that light's going to be in exactly the wrong place? I think it is. Oh, the irony. Okay, that's one position. Let's move around a bit and have a look at this. That's wonky. Wonky, wonky. So can we move it? It's not vertical. This is where it's going to get tricky, I think. That's sort of correct that way. Let's have a little look from over this side. Almost needs to need across a quarter of a nudge, not even half a nudge really. Again, infinite nudge mod. This is where it's perfect. Just doing a little bit of refining on your buildings in terms of positionings. I'm going to stick that there. I'm going to do this and we're going to see what it looks like. Preferably without the orange. It is a little bit out. It's looking too wonky, that is, compared to the one next to it. Lighters are going to have to go, and we're going to have to play with that. Maybe that's the position. that looking better? Just from this angle. Ooh, I think we might have got it. By Joe. There we go. Right. Sweet as. Filling up with water. This is spectacular. Who would have thought? Okay. It's a start in the right direction, that's all I will say. And now we have to work out this positioning. Now it should be in a similar positioning to that, which was one back from the center. Like that. Let's have a little look, see if that's worked out correct. I think it might have. We will put lighting back up here after, and it should radiate nicely off all of this metal in here and give a glow out, hopefully, from the thing, which would be awesome. Okay, let's keep rolling while it's working. He's already got that in position there, he being me who built it. Oh dear. Now, where are we going here, dear fellow, with your piping? Not quite sure where this one's going to work out, because he went okay in front of there by one, by the look of that, like that. Let's have a look. Initial looks look correct. Yep, looks alright. Then this one again was one behind there. Like that. And we haven't yet gotten around the corner. Okay. But we can do... No, we can't, because it hasn't got around the corner yet. Right. Because what I'm thinking is, and I may have this completely wrong, but when we bring in the second pipe coming around this way, it will create a loopy, which isn't always advisable, but as long as we play it a little bit strategically, it should work. So that's what we're going to aim for. So Mr. Noodle can come in this way, go to there. We need Noodle. I rarely use Noodle, but there is just the odd occasion where that slight quirky thing about Noodle and the way the geometry works with it, it just seems to work, you know, which is flipping awesome. So Right, there we go. We're sort of getting there now. Just got. Oh, yeah. Nope. Please don't fall down in the water. Thank you. Let's jumpy around. No. Oh, can you believe it? Really? You want to do this again to me? Okay, we'll just go here then. Try it that way. Thank you. Right. So where are we at? Yep. No, that's okay. Pull that onto there. So we don't want noodle now. We want horizontal to vertical. Here we need to come up. So back to here. We're back to that corner, aren't we? Like that. Like that. Then one back from there on the straight. I love it when a plan starts to work. This one here, we just need to pop that there. Oh, hang on a minute, have I cocked up? You've cocked up. Look, foundation, wrong level. So that one will need to be redone. That foundation will be coming out. We'll be putting something in here to make this work. That's not going to work because we do not have water coming in from there. So how are we going to do this one then? We may have to do a bridging thing between these two to make that happen. That's a bit of a weird line. Don't like that. This now this is a problem that exists with piping and snapping points, and it has driven me mad over the time I've played Satisfactory because yes, basically what it is this coming off your item snapping point here, this length here is different from the snapping points on here. So you cannot align by going from a wall pipe to a foundation pipe. It's always going to be off because the length is incorrect, i.e. the wall pipe length here is incorrect. That is something that always drives me mad. So we may have to change things around a little bit by going like that and actually redoing that pipe there. So, not that one. Come on, get the right one. That's it. And then half a move that way. Yep. Curve or noodle. Noodle's better. Noodle just allows that little bit of extra less twist in it occasionally. So what we're going to do here, we're going to take that one out, we're going to take that out. We are going to build ourselves a platform so we don't fall into the water, hopefully. And we are going to do another one of these here. Half move in. Auto. That could be nice and straight. I preferred the wall fitting on the pipe, to be honest, in that respect, because it looks neater than having legs on here. But the kink in that pipe at that end, or the way it just diagonally goes off so much, was definitely not in my books for looking good. Now this one's going to create the same problem here, so what we have to do temporarily is go back the same route, and we're going to put that there. We're going to kind of half move across. Nope. Get the right hole to there. We're going to get rid of that one, rid of that, and then we're going to come down to there. We could use possibly horizontal. No, we could actually, auto wasn't too bad. That was the sloped one that we used before, so let's carry on with that. And we'll just have to check it from the side angle that it's looking okay. But that then cleans up that. Let's just move back across. Let's delete that, and that, and that, and then we can delete that, and it should still be one pipe feeding water. And that solves that problem. There is still a slight twist on this, as you notice. As you notice here, there is a slight twist on this, but that's where it's coming in. So maybe we could do that, and that looks way neater. And we do have water. The question is do we have flow? Yes, we have flow there. So do we have flow here though? Not at the moment. But it is full maximum flow rate, okay? So maybe we do. This one's not. Why? Why? That one is. So what we need to do here, we need to stick a valve on, which we don't have unlocked yet. Great. Okay. So on these two in pipes we put valves, and that stops it spinning back on itself, and it will just do the loop, and that will be it, and be forced up the pipes. But we can get to that at a later stage. Right, so going back, how are we going to go from here to here with this pipe system as we currently have it? Well, there is two options in my head. One option which doesn't seem to want to work. One option is this, basically, where we create a pipe like here, with another joint here if it will go, which it looks like it will. That's not going to work. That may work. This might look awful and I might have to delete it all. But it's, yeah, that ain't going to work. Way too tight. What we may have to do... How are we going to get around this one? That does not look good. That looks hideous. Let's do this. Let's try something here. How does that look? It is a compromise. It is a compromise, but how is it looking? Not too bad actually for the sort of, there's always going to be one that's not going to work perfectly on this system of bringing the pipes in on the run of one. So I don't think that's too shabby. It's sort of okay. Now what we need to do, I don't think I would love to be able to get that to go to that low, and I don't think it will. I think that's going to be way too... Noodle will be the only one if it's going to do it, and I don't think even Noodle's going to do it now. No. No, we are going to have to just do it as we did and accept the fact that it's not as ideal. I was unaware of the difference regarding vertical versus side pipe mounters. Finally an answer. Yeah. My friend, much against my wishes, I must sign off, but we'll catch the remainder of the post. Thank you again for allowing me. No, it's no problem at all, Mac. Nice to see you again, mate, and thanks for the chats. It's good. It helps me brainstorm as well, so always happy. So thank you, mate. You have a good rest of your day, night, and yeah, happy thoughts. And anybody else, of course, who's lurking in the background. It's always good to have you with us. Right, I think we're sort of getting there with this. What I just need to do is I've got to go delete these because they're not part of the design at this point, and we need to delete these, and hopefully these pipes stay connected. I believe they do, but you never know. We will find out when all the water is sucked dry by AI consuming. Right. Okay. We are sort of getting there. I think we wanted to put a light back up in that centre, didn't we, to try and see if we can get some nice effect coming in through that. to add to the thing. So what we're going to do, we're going to stick a light up and try and get it fairly central. Right, is there central? Wondering. Yes. I wish they'd have it once you you lock the hologram. I wish that you could still rotate. Swains. I think my doorbell's just gone. 1 second, guys. I'm going to have to go AFK. 1 second. I am back. Yes, it was the delivery people delivering something for my wife. Right, that's not correct. Where are we? The other option is these fellas. But again, unless you've got infinite nudge, you can't align them necessarily where you want to. So let me just pop that in there for a second, and let's see what we can do, because what I want to be able to do is to colour it. And we're going to need to bring a power cable down as well, but we've got to link up all of these yet. So some of these need charging up more yet. We'll go around and sort them out and sync them all up in a bit. Get them all running at proper efficiency for what we need at the moment. Bearing in mind we can only work with a maximum of what the current bulk level gives us, which is 270. So once obviously we unlock the next phase and we can upgrade belts, then we can increase the power amount, etc, etc. So all that will happen in due course. At this stage I need to work out excuse me, froggies in the throat. I need to work out excuse me, how to support this. We're going to make us some sort of system that's going to work for support. Interesting snapping point. That could work actually. Because what I'm wondering is whether we can do something with the architecture off here. Or even here. We had something there like that. That could work. Here. Not obviously in those colour tones. And we could do that around 4 sides, and that would support a... What would that look like though? Let's go and have a little look, shall we? We'll just go and have a little look. Let's just put a few of them in and then we can have a look. Now, where's that snapping point? There. And we did that down there. Might be too bulky, if you know what I mean, but we'll see. Keep doing that. Trying to be too quick. Can't see it from there. Might need a different post type to make it look better. We'll wait and see. We can play around with some different ideas. Not the chrome. I want unpainted for this one. Yep. You've been playing for 4 hours. Really? What is the time? Yeah, I suppose so. No idea. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's have a quick peek at that from a distance and just see what it's looking like. That needs to come out. That needs to come out. A little nosy. Doesn't look too bad, actually, from a distance. Looks alright. Just got to get that lighting sorted so that will produce a nice glow from under there, but I need to... Oh, right, let's put a wire in. All this wiring is going to be done. If you've joined recently, all this is going to be gone. This is all temporary, all this stuff. The only thing that's permanent is this pipeline and this build so far. This bit here will all be gone. It's all just platforms for me to get up and to actually get on to try and build this thing. As you can see, it's a bit of a fiddle, but we're getting there. We are getting there. And I've got ideas for this up here, what we'll do, so that's not a problem. We can make a use of that in an interesting way. No, come on, no. Okay, alright, you are taking me down. It's a good thing I put that glass foundation there, because otherwise you end up in the water and you can't get out, because there's actually glass planes. You might be able to just see them in there, creating the shape where the glow is going to go down. So, but yes, so the joys. The joys. Now, where's the cable going from on this end? Is it on that end? It is on that end. Okay. So, what we want to do... It's not going to let me, is it? Little swine of a thing. It is so tricky sometimes doing this. Not as bad as my vertical builds that I started earlier. If you haven't seen those, they're a lot more tricky, tight space, but actually that could work, and then we could chain that around, and it means then power can be distributed wherever around this load. be too bad. Come on, down to there. This one can go back into there. That's right. Yep. Back out to there. Provides a complete circuit then. We could it's just a ring of power basically going around there, and we can pull off whatever we need if we need to. In fact, we could do it so that these, when we do them, we can bring the power back underneath here and then come up even into that, and that could work, and then it's all linked. The only thing I need to do is get a light control on this light in the center so that we can actually get the color we want. So the question is where do I put that? Now, the main input for all this is here. So everything comes in here. We've got to finish this off because I had to take it apart slightly to get something to work. So we might be able to bring that down. Is it not going to work? Try half one. There we go. Bring that down. Half up. Down, across, up half. This one here we actually take back to there with a little bit of overlap. Then we had these like that, just to finish it off there. So that bit's that sorted. The only other thing we've got to sort out now is this side with the difference in the height from here, because this is now wrong. So we'll need to do that in a moment too. Yes. I think what we'll do, just as a temporary solution for the moment, we're going to, no, I need to work out where I'm going to put this light control. Light control panel. So, could stick it at the end of one of these. That could work. But then I've got to get the power to it, so the power would come in under the concrete. It can come in hidden. It could come up then to here, and then this would have to be powered and go up, or it can go back underneath and then go up a wire up the center, and that could work. That could work. Okay, in that case, as a temporary sort out, while we've got all this temporary cabling coming in, we can bring that to there. We can do this as a temporary thing too. Lots of temporaries. Just to there for the moment, and then we can take it up to there and we get the light. So the question is colours. can go. You could do the pink still, which floods it with the pink. Which I quite like, or we could go for the contrasts blue, which also provides a little bit of a difference. It's quite nice actually, I don't mind that. Which is what's happening up here. I've got the blue and the pink mix, and you'll see more of that back on the other factory as well once we get going. That's okay. We've got one coal thing there not smoking by the look of it. So something's not happened there. So let me just check that out for a second. I know they're not all set yet to the correct settings, but they should be smoking. So why you? Ah, no water. Right, yep, that makes sense. That does make sense because we need to overclock these. Now they are going to the pipes are only going to carry 300 at the moment, but it should give us 600 water, which means we need to underclock the coal plant slightly, because at the moment the initial ones we set up were taking 100 water, and that is not the case, so, or can't be the case. So what we're going to do, we are producing 600, and we are going to divide that by the 8, and that gives us 75. So each of these has to be taken down to production of 75 water. This is a temporary thing because I'm going to be creating a second water tower the other side, which will increase then the water amounts, and then we will get our power sorted properly, because we won't be limited by either then the water, because at the moment we're basically being controlled by the amount of water. Once the water's sorted, we'll then be controlled only by the bounce, which is, as I say, is at the moment 270. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy that, and we are going to go around and paste these settings. Control V. Control V. And then given some time, it should resolve itself and sort out, and the power should be even that comes out of it, and not going up and down like a yo-yo. So for you guys that are perhaps just watching or just joined, just to recap a little bit of my process, I am currently building a smart factory, and we have run out of power slugs. Okay, we need power slugs. But you notice the power is now up, which is good. The production power, the dark grey, which is the crucial one, It is above the blue, which is good, except that particular one is not connected. Um, so that's not actually showing me anything. I was looking at the wrong one. Ooh. These are not connected. Okay. We will have them connected shortly. That's the correct one. So we are actually still below at the moment. Yep, so we need to connect the others up and it should be about equalish. But I need power slugs. Power slugs, power slugs. Right, let's go hunting for a power slug. Yeah, so basically this is a little power station. I'm building a little coal power station. I am on a random node setting map, and as you can see by the top right, I have also amped up the amounts for the space elevator. Having done about 7,000 hours in Satisfactory, I wanted a challenge, and I can assure you, random node maps are a challenge, and a very good one, and I'm loving it. Because you can't anymore just say, oh, it's like, here's a cluster of coal or here's a cluster of iron. It's like they are all over the place, and logistics is going to become essential. All of this stuff that you see here at the moment, all this riffraff of hypertubes and stuff, is just temporary rubbish. The only thing that is permanent, or going to be permanent, will be the coal factory, which I'm working on, and this factory, which is the smart plating factory, which is only partially done, but we need power. So hence I've had to divert off and go do some power stuff. But we are on the hunt now for, excuse my tummy, we are on the hunt for power shards. One of the good places for those to get slugs is the coral reef, and particularly at night time they glow lovely. So yeah, so lots and lots of work to do. This is going to be a project for definitely over the next year in total. I do not see myself getting it finished before that, to be honest. There is so much work to be done, and we're just at the beginning. So, excuse me. So yeah, I think it's going to be a big project and well worth, seeing it through. And it's a long, long time since I have worked on a map that is not creative mode. So this map I did start right from scratch, and yeah, I often get stuck on something and run out of materials, and I'm like, why have I run out of materials? And then I realize, yeah, I'm not on creative mode, and for about the past 18 months, all I've done is play on creative mode. So yeah, it sometimes gets a little bit frustrating having to run around because you run out of, or short of something by like 3, you know. But it's part of the fun. Part of the fun. Just trying to find any more slugs that are around. I have been over here before and done some slugging, but I do need. There's another one over there. But I do need more. And we don't have jetpacks or anything, so the only way to get around and up things nowadays is old ladders and parachutes. Then I delete them as I go. Hello, he's running. He's either got attacked by something or the gas has ticked him off. Ah, there's another blue slug there. We'll just sort these slugs out, get a few more done, and then now the one thing I have done with the slug production and stuff, which is a very good little trick if you're new to Satisfactory, is collect some sloops, get the technology unlocked where you can use a sloop, and then you can amp up your production very nicely for those, which just helps in these early stages. But I will tell you now, be warned, if you use random nodes and you amp up your production amounts as I did by some considerable amount as I did, as you can see, 50,000 for smart plating, that normally is 2,500. So that gives you an idea of how much I've amped it up, and be warned, it does take you now a lot longer to do stuff. So if you thought the game was slow last time, do not amp up your production. That's all I will say. Otherwise, do it and enjoy it, which is what I'm doing. Because I'm a slow builder generally, it gives me plenty of time basically to get on with my builds and actually take my time on them and get them right while stuff's being done. So far I haven't had a problem. Oh, not that one. That one. You have one yellow slug. I don't know whether this is going to be enough, but hopefully 12 thingamajig whatsits is enough. We'll go and try. And if not, I will do some hunting for slugs while we are offline. There's another one there. There's one of my vertical mines. That's a low level one because it's they go up four lots of that sometimes for a pure node. But if you sort of are interested or intrigued by what you're seeing in terms of what I'm building, not me necessarily rambling on, just put a sub out and you can follow along as I drop out the live streams, and it costs you nothing, but you can at least have a little nose then at what I'm up to. Lighting is definitely going to be playing a key thing in my builds this time round. I've done a lot of wacky builds in the past. I deleted all my videos and all my stuff and started to get again with fresh with 1.2. So you sadly cannot see some of the past, but some of you will know about them, but others won't. Right, now where was I? Oh. So that's the correct amount, 75 water. We need to come here, just check. This one right. That's on 75. That's on 75. This one is. So this is the one we need to. Now can I control V? Setting posted. Yep. Once these are done, we'll just connect them up, and then we'll be able to get a little bit better of a picture of what's going on. Control V. Setting posted. Yep. stun. That's also done. So it looks like we're sorted in terms of that, with all of them at the correct level. So we just need to now, you notice the power's settled down again now from being AWOL when we first adjusted it. So we just need to link all these up now to get the power actually all together, coming together. So I think what I'm going to start doing is actually pulling it underneath. And I think we're going to change this actually. I think we're going to have, oh, not two, just one, please. What we're going to do, we're going to pop that. I might just get rid of that for a second. There, I think we're going to take that out. We're going to pop that from the battery down to there. So I want to take this, I think, underneath. So let's just, we can still do a temporary line coming in just to help it all keep ticking like that. And that'll be fine. What I'm going to do here, if I can reach it with there, maybe we'll keep that open for a second until I can get into the middle. And what we're going to do is pop that one out. We're going to bring that line in. Oh no. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, it's interesting, those glass panels, I didn't realise that. They don't reach the bottom actually. Interesting. We will take those down into the water, because I'm hoping it'll cast reflection ultimately. Work out how I can do this safely. I think maybe, adjust. Right. So that's going to come to there. That then can come up to there for that point to go to that light switch. And that means then that cable can obviously be done away with because it's temporary. We still had the blue, we do. I'll play around with the lighting yet to see, you know, what's going to be best. We're going to have to, yeah, have a play with all that. The other thing we're going to do here is I'm just going to do another loop, if I can. Might have to, actually I'm going to do something here just to try and, it really doesn't want to do what I want it to do. Let's go down like that. Then I can jump down here and work properly. Like that. What this means is that I can bring the power in along each of these arms from the end underneath as we have done. And they are all then linked. Interlinked. And then they'll also be hidden. is ultimately what we want. Nice discrete lighting cable. Oh man, alive. What was I just saying about uh, starting a map from scratch and vanilla building? Always running short of little things. Do I have any quick coil ingots on me? No, I don't. So I'm going to have to fly back and get some. And I think I'm going to have to mine it because I don't have any on hand. At least they've sorted these out so your blades aren't hanging out the back and all that nonsense. They work really well now, the hypertubes. Really nice. Smooth, much smoother. Which is great. Some of my blueprints for the thingamajiggy what's it. And as we come up around here, oh, I hope I have, haven't I? Okay, that's a classic noob moment. I can still get to it. It's just around the corner here. Yep. Can't mind that. So what I've done is this is a vertical mine, that one of the ones I was telling you about that I've built, and at the moment I've just got it temporarily coming to a truck thing because I wanted to try out the new truck path thing. That was fun, a little bit tricky, I have to say, getting the truck to work. The path was a bit glitchy laying it down. It didn't want to, the truck didn't want to accept it. But I relayed the entire track, and once I'd done that, it just worked, and it's worked perfectly fine since. And yeah, so this map logistics is going to be absolutely crucial, because just of the fact that you've got such random nodes all over the show. Um, It just means you have got nothing in a good enough cluster to really produce often a proper big factory. So in one area, so you're going to have massive amounts of logistics pulling all the stuff in to either a big area where you can do the big factory, or you're going to have lots of smaller factories placed around producing your items and then have those shifted around to perhaps an end game type factory. So it has added a whole thing in, and eventually this map is going to be severely railway lined, and so we'll have trucks operating and railway lines operating, connecting everything all up and putting all the resources together, because yeah, it's just huge the way it's gone. It's actually added a really cool dimension to this game, which I'm super pleased about. So we'll just get a lump of quick wire sorted, and then we'll shoot back and finish off that wiring, and then that will be it for today. So probably about another 30 minutes, I imagine, is my guess. as a rough estimate. 3 hours later. If you have not played this game, what are you doing? Seriously. When I was first recommended for Satisfactory, I was very like, not sure if it's my thing, and diddle. And I mean, I'd been playing EVE Online for 14 years pretty much prior to that. So, and then I've been playing a little bit of other things, but not much. And I got recommended this game and was like, oh man, is it not gonna, I haven't got room, have I? It's telling me I haven't got room, not enough space. Okay, let's get rid of that. Thank you. And then, yeah, started playing it, and man, as I say, that's over the years, I think I've played it now, that's 6,000 hours or so. It's crazy. Very addictive game and very, very cool, very creative. That's the one thing I'm enjoying it. I currently have just started playing Star Rupture as well, which I'm enjoying. Don't get me wrong. The wildlife there is very challenging, makes it a bit more interesting. But I have to say it's nowhere near as creative as Satisfactory. The builds you can do in Satisfactory are spectacular as long as have got the creative mind and the patience. And that's what we're hoping to do on this map. So we're hoping to try and get some bits done. While we're here, let's pick up some residue stuff that's been lying around. That's all good. Let's do that. Oh yeah, a little bit left there. We'll eventually pick it all up. I'm not too worried at this stage. All this is temporary. All this stuff. This is just a quick access to get stuff moving for the truck, basically, and it brings it in over here, and then it goes into here at the moment to carry on producing the smart plating. Right, here we go. Let's go and get this. Try and get this finished if we can. Just the wiring, at least, is what I want to get done today. Should have put extra ones in going uphill so it keeps the speed up, but never mind. Doesn't matter. It's all temporary. Temporary. I do have the animals at the moment set to, I think, retaliate or passive or something. One of them either way. Just at the moment, it's works out a little bit easier. Right, but the power going in a loop now down here as well, which is good. So that can work with all of that. Actually, we're going to need these going all the way around so we can get all this stuff out. Right, where are we? Oh, thank you. Where's it? Right, that's the one it's coming in on. So we've just done this one here, I believe. If I take that out and where are we? You can put this one back, hopefully. If not, we'll have to take it back out again in a minute. But so that's the power coming in. We've got it coming in at that end now temporarily until we can sort out this to be functioning as the power station to go out properly with cabling. This is coming into here. We've got the cable coming around on our temporary system at the moment going up there. That's fine. So let's take the cabling. Right, so that can now be filled in. It's the second one there that we want. And then we're going to take the cable. We're going to rearrange it from where it was. Because that there is now going to go there. That's going to come down to there. And we're going to go from there down underneath. I'm hoping that's the halfway mark. That's gone onto there. And then we should bring that onto there, which is good. So that's then done. Then that one there can block back in. You can patch back up here. We had a, what's it here, didn't we? One of those. Like that. That's good. So that's linking now. That should be that power there linking into this power here, which is then at the moment temporarily just coming out here to that cable. So that's those linked. That means that can now be closed. That undone. Yep. So got to get all the lighting done along here as well at some point. All out if we can. straight along and join the link. There we go. Sweet as. Awesome. That's not correct. That is. Very good. That's that bit done. Right, so that's the cabling done on there, that's the lights on that side done. Let's just go back around here, finish the lighting off on this side. Very good. Nope. Oh, buggle. Okay. So there's this one now to do. It's basically repeat and rinse. The good thing is once something like this is done, it's done. Do you know what I mean? It's not like this is a temporary building that is just taking forever to build, sort of thing. It's I don't know why I've done that because I haven't connected it to the end yet. So it is worthwhile doing because just the fact that it means that once it's done, it's done. It's always going to be part of the power supply, so that's a good thing. Be lots more lighting yet. I've yet to work out what I'm going to do fully, but at the moment I'm just sort of been playing with little bits. All of this is vanilla. It's experimental build in the beta there, so you can't use mods. It is all vanilla stuff. So if you have any questions, drop a question in, and either on the live or even in chat after in the on the YouTube video itself when it's there. And I will endeavour to get back to you on it. I'm out of quartz. Okay, I think for today I'm actually going to call it quits there today for the stream, because it is just repeat rinse around these objects. So let me get out of here. Because I need to have some food as well. But we've made good progress today. When I first came today this morning, there was just one coal plant in here and the water tower was only half built. So today we have managed to get the eight coal plants in and operational. They are operating, which is good. We've got an even line, which is good. We still need more power though. As you can see, we've got to get up above this. I'm hoping to try and get around about the 2000 mark, but so we have got a little way to go, but we are operating on partial things, because one, I need more water supply, so I'm going to have to build up a secondary tower over this side, and then we can amp it up a little bit further and get some more power out of it. Then once we've got everything unlocked of phase 2, we'll be able to up the we'll get the next level of belts basically, and then we'll be able to upgrade it again and get even more power out of it, because I think the level 4 belts, I'm going off memory here, which is not very good because it's been a long time, because I took a year out of Satisfactory, but I think they go up to, I've got a funny feeling it's around the 400 mark, but I'm not sure. But that will certainly increase then the amount we can push through. It kind of means, because I'm not sure what to do with this in terms of, to be honest, I mean, we can get a maximum of 1200 out of here ultimately down the road, big time. That is when everything is unlocked, we can get 1200 coal out of this node, because it's a pure node. If that's the case, when you do 1200 divided by, I think it's 37.5, you get 32, and I think that's the amount of coal plants you can have running off it, as long as you've got enough water. Just check something here a second. It's going to disrupt everything for a split second, but it will give us an idea. Yeah, 37.5. 37, yeah, 0.5 is what you can get out of it with it maxed up, a coal plant. So that basically is then that, which means we can get 32. Now we've only got 8. So technically you could have 4 lots of this. That's what you can run off this one node. And that's huge, I mean, that's a massive thing. So we've got options here because we either get out of your way, mate. We either stack them and work out a different format for each level so that we can interlock them slightly, which may mean we rotate them around. So like another one slots in here, slightly higher up. So we'll have to work that out, or whether we just keep it simple and keep it small until we crack open oil. But it seems a waste because there is literally so much here to use off one node. So that's what I'm toying with, basically down the line. Or we could make 2 of these, one in that lake and one in this lake, and then stack them only 2 high, effectively. So you'd end up with 16 in each. And in fact, we could, if you're going to do that, we could actually bring the other generators out, which would complicate matters massively in terms of piping and everything else and bounce, but we could bring them out on this arm, this trajectory effectively. So lots of options to think about, and but at this stage I just want enough that we can run that smart plating factory to the best ability that we can at the load that we have at the moment, which is 270 maximum on about, which is what we're sort of operating with. Well, there you go. I think that is going to be it for today. Thanks for watching and hanging out and listening to me to dribble on. Thanks, Mac, for coming in and having a long chat as well in the chat. Appreciate it. And if you sort of see what you like and like what you see and all that sort of stuff, and you're intrigued where this is all going to go, we are going to be building some pretty nice looking and sort of industrial looking and crazy stuff as we go along in this. Once everything is unlocked, we're going to be doing a huge organic flower, all being well, probably for nuclear power down the line. There's going to be all sorts of things, so it's going to be a very long project and drawn out, particularly with the amounts that we've got in the space elevator, because we've cranked that up. And as you can see by the map, I'm starting to plot out where certain nodes are. So logistics is going to become a massive thing down the line, and this is only part of the map. So we haven't even gone down all this way yet. So there is huge amounts to do, and we just got to chip away at it. But that'll do for today, I believe. I think that's been a reasonable bash, and yeah. Well, where are we? Yeah, we've done 4 hours and 12 minutes, so it's time I fed and watered, like all good otters. And we will catch you all again. Thanks a lot. Take care. Have a great rest of your week. I shall next be streaming probably Tuesday. So we'll go from there. Take care. Bye from the Mad Otter.